Right, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Your channel. I'm just sorting out a laptop so I can watch the stream while it's going on. Get rid of this out of the way. Check the volumes. Looking good on the volumes, hopefully so far. Okay, so I won't be watching the live stream chat for a few minutes because I've got to go and get the aircraft started up. So you'll excuse me if I am a little bit distracted. I have synchronized the databases today with the MD-82, so hopefully it's going to agree with Navigraph. Let's go and get in the quiet and get this airplane up and running, shall we? So I'm just going to go and check the fuel levels. I've asked for the ground crew to fuel it up. Yep, it's absolutely full of fuel. So we're going to fly right the way across the US from San Francisco to New York today. And should be fun. Okay, so Control 6, batteries go to on. Start pump goes to on, and we start the APU. And we should get the APU gauge spinning round. We have to wait for it. Yep, there it goes. So while we're waiting for that, let's just have a little look at our flight plan today. So we're going to be flying coast to coast across the US. Right the way from San Francisco all the way over to New York. It's going to take many hours. I will be playing music along the way from Lo-Fi on YouTube. I recently won a copyright strike using their music. So somebody tried to claim it and I fought it and I won. So I've got a bit more confidence in them now. So we have to program this route, which is going to be fun. But we've got the text version of the route here to refer to, so I'll just make that a bit bigger so we can see it as we refer to it. It always looks worse in text form than it really is. Okay, so we have the APU available to us, so we switch over to it. Okay, so now we go and program the flight. So Control 2, we'll use the left hand FMC. So just wait a few moments for the FMC to boot up, or to power up I should say, and then we can start programming our flight. Give it some time. These old aircraft take a while for systems to start up. Here it comes. So position initialization, we pick up the coordinates and drop them in. We are taking off from KSFO, which is San Francisco International, and the route is over to KJFK. I have hardly ever flown between these airfields, which is quite strange because, you know, we've been in the simulator for a long time. I tend to avoid the big international airfields if I can. So runway we're going to be using at San Francisco. Let's go and have a look on little nav map where it's easier to read some of these things. Runway 01. We can see it on here as well actually. 01 left. So 01L out of San Francisco International. And now we can put the basics of our route in. So we ignore this. This is the standard instrument departure. So we're going TIPRE. So TIPRE. So this should all work because we've now put the route in. So MELTS is the next one. So sorry, I've synchronized the database with Navigraph. So that should go direct to melts. Next page. After melts we go J84 to EKR. So J84, which is the airway, to EKR, Echo Kilo Romeo. From there we go J100 to OBK. J100 to OBK. From there we go J547 to PMM. J547 to PMM. Then J70 to JHW. So J70 to JHW. Then J106 to LVZ. J106 to LVZ, wasn't it? L or LVZ if you're in Europe. LVZ. And then it's the standard approach route into JFK after that. So that's the end of the actual route as far as we are concerned. So we can execute that route and performance initialization now. So our cruise altitude today is going to be 37,000 feet, which is flight level 370, which is correct. Fuel 17.7 /N. Gross weight 68.7. Reserves 1. Cost index 35. We probably only need 0.5 on reserves actually. Let's do that. We'll put cost index at 50. We're not going to hammer the plane too much. Transition altitude, we're in the US, so it's 18,000 feet. That's correct. I'm just going to get actually, we'll use Notepad to write some of these things down. I'll need some of these numbers later for the calculator. So let's just do that. So gross weight was 68.7. Fuel, oh sorry, 0. Fuel weight was 51. And I think that's the only ones we really need to take notice of in here. So then takeoff parameters. So we want the V speed, so that's why we need to come over to the calculator. So we'll go and turn the tablet on. And put the performance numbers in. So KSFO, runway, which runway did we say it was? 01 left. Dry optimum. Wind at San Francisco today is 67 degrees 3 knots. So 067/3. Enter. Outside air temperature. So let's go and do the show information for San Francisco and look at the weather. Temperature 11 degrees centigrade. So we want that to be 11. And take off weight. So our gross weight was 68.7. So that's 68,700 kilograms. Calc. Planned weight exceeds 7, so we're going to have to take some weight off. We're too heavy, which is not great. Let's take this to 97% and see if we can just squeak under then. So if we do that, we're now at 68,200. Still not quite enough. Go back to 95 then. Okay, what does that come out at? 67,800. Okay, we're going to cheat and say we're at 67,600. So on the 67,600, enter calc. So it wants us at flaps 15 and 140, 142 and 151. So flaps 15, then 140, 142, 151 for the V speeds. So control 2, 140, 142 and 151. Because we've changed the fuel loadout, the numbers inside the aeroplane are going to be wrong now, by the way. So if we go to back to the performance section, we're going to put the 0 fuel weight back in. Sorry, that would be correct. We want the gross weight to be slightly different, so it's going to be 67.8. Okay, that all should be fine. Takeoff, that's all stayed in place, which is fine. Max altitude 31. 4, we're going to ignore that. Because the aeroplane doesn't know we've got a tailwind all the way. Okay, so we now can go and do the departure and the arrival. So 01 left, and we are, what did we say we were doing? The night 3 standard instrument departure. Now, which transition is it? Does it tell us here? Night 3 Tipra. There it is. Execute. Go back to the index. We can set the arrival up straight away. We'll revise this, or we'll check this on the way in case the wind changes, but it won't be for hours. So we're going to do the MD-82 on the Matra transition, as far as I can see. So let's just go next page. Next page. Which runway was it? Runway 22 right, ILS. Previous page. Previous page. ILS 22 right. There's the MD-82. And there aren't any transitions actually, so that's fine. So then execute that. We can go look now at the legs and just have a quick check through them, make sure that there should be a discontinuity near the end. We've got 10 pages of legs. It's crazy, isn't it? No, it's actually fine. Look, it's got it all in there. So we're good. Okay, so press legs again, and obviously it comes back to the top. We can leave that all alone now. So we go control 1, is it? Or I can never remember what the keys are for this thing. So we'll go and set our cruise altitude straight away. I mean, we could use VNAV on climb out, but so we're going for 37,000. Go and set the speed to 250 knots, or 220 actually, and then we'll increase it during the climb out. This is just safeguarding, really. Barometric pressure, we'll go and set that up. So I pressed B, which is a shortcut in the simulator to set your local barometric pressure. So that's all happened. Okay, turn on the flight directors. On the co-pilot panel, we press Control 1, we turn the anti-collision lights to on. Hydraulic pumps, trans and aux, which are down here, to on. Airspeed indicator, we click on the guide markers and they move into place for the numbers we have already set. We go back to the pilot view and we uncage the standby attitude indicator. So we pull the plunger once and again, and it uncages it. And then Control 5, we turn the TCAS on. Then we scoot further back down the pedestal and we open the pneumatic cross-feed valves. Then we press Control 4. We adjust flaps for takeoff. So we said flaps 15, didn't we? We needed, which it's already at. So we need to match that by actually moving the flaps to 15. Now, can we do that? Yes, we can. We'll need to get this in the right place. Center of gravity, I think, was correct already. We'll just go and check that. So if we go in here and look in weight and balance, we can see center of gravity 12.3. So we come back over here. It's between 13 and 14 at the moment, which is not quite right. So this is where we need to get the elevator trim to. Bit further. More or less the right place. Okay. Back on the overhead panel, we go and turn all of the pumps on. We have got obviously full fuel tanks, so we will be using all of them. APU section, APU air to on. So this is the APU section, and air goes to on, so that provides a bleed to spin the engines up. We check the pressure has gone above 4, it has. No smoking goes to, we can put it to auto actually. Seat belts to on, tell everybody to sit down basically now, and emergency lights to armed. On the co-pilot panel, press Control 1 and we put position strobe lights to position. And we perform pushback if we need to, which we do need to today. So we're going to press Shift and P. And we'll jump over to the pilot side. And we will release the parking brake. We're slowly dealing with all this stuff. All the warnings up there at the moment are to do with the engines not running. So while the pushback is happening, we can get on with starting the engines. So we will turn the ignition system to both and we'll hit the starter on. Oops, roll the starter down for engine number 1. And you'll see the numbers, sorry, here it is, the N2 number coming up for engine number 1 as we push back. So look outside. So we'll stop the pushback there. We'll just keep it simple for today. We'll engage the parking brake again. And wait for the engine to come up to speed. Oh, it got to 20, didn't it, while that was happening. So we advance the fuel and it continues on past 20 and the engine speeds up. So we wait for that to happen and then we can repeat the process for, oh look, an AI aeroplane has spawned in where we were, which is kind of interesting. Starter for the right engine can go off now, starter for the left engine can go on. N2 is coming up. Wait for it to get to 20, slide the starter, you know the process. So there it goes. Here goes the fuel. If we go and look outside, it's all getting a bit noisy around the back of the aeroplane. Here comes engine number 1. And there goes the crossfeed. So we can go and go back overhead. We can turn off the starter for engine number 1. The start pump goes back to off. IGN goes to off, or ignition I should say. And the APU L bus R bus can go to off. The air can go to off. And the master for the APU can go to off. The ice protect goes to capped. Air conditioning supplies go to auto. And we release the parking brake and we are ready to taxi. So we are just going to do a U-turn basically. So we release the parking brake, the plane will start moving, probably of its own accord. And there it goes, it's just started creeping forwards. So I'm going to ease the throttles forwards. That AI plane has disappeared again, look. Isn't that bizarre how that happens? So we are going to make our life a bit easier than we have seen in recent videos. This kind of makes sense when you think about it. What we're going to do is pre-select vertical speed mode, which you can see here on the autopilot. And we're going to go and tell it to climb at 2,000 feet a minute. Meaning, if we then get the aircraft into that situation off of the runway, when we turn on the autopilot, there will be no jarring jump from the autopilot as it tries to match that. So we'll have a nice clean transition onto autopilot. JetBlue plane is parked in a really convenient place, isn't it? So we'll go down the left-hand side of the taxiway to get to the runway, shall we? There's huge runways at San Francisco anyway. So where we're going here, look, is down here and then onto the runway. So as we get closer to the runway, we can put the strobes on. We can go and turn on the landing lights. We can go and get rid of this out of the way so we can see the screen down here, which will be really useful for us on departure. Okay, so we're going to accelerate and go flying. It's all going to be very boring in a moment because we're going to switch on the autopilot and have everything managed for us. Can we pre-engage nav mode? Yes, we can. Can we actually pre-engage VNav mode? Will it let us? No, it won't. Okay. So throttles all the way forwards. Well, actually, not all the way, because that would overspeed the engines or overstress them. Let's go and straighten our view up.
80 knots, cross check.
Be good to get on the centre line as well, wouldn't it? Whoa. Don't reckon much to that heavy load is causing a nightmare with trim.
V1, rotate.
Okay, so we're in the air.
Positive rate.
There's a bit of a crosswind, I wasn't expecting that.
Gear up, lights out. Flap 0.
Okay, so we're going for 2,000 feet a minute. We don't want to go that fast though.
Traffic.
So let's get that nose back down to 2,000 feet a minute. There we go. Oh, the plane is waving around a little bit. Can we reduce the range on this?
Traffic. Traffic.
Okay, so let's get that back in the ballpark. Okay, autopilot on. There we go. We go for climb mode.
Monitor vertical speed.
Auto throttle can go on for 250 knots.
Climb thrust set.
We're pretty much at 250, which is good. So it's just correcting to get us onto the track accurately. It's interesting, this has moved modes, doesn't it? Which isn't making it very easy to see what's going on. There we go. So it's just doing the first turn. So let's go and look on, see if it will go to VNAV mode. Yeah, it wants us lower than we are. Which is why it's got the FMS issue up on here. This is fine. But we're not going to take too much notice because we're just getting on our way, really. It'd be a shame not to have a look at the San Francisco Bay as we go past, wouldn't it? Not everyone's super interested in following the rules down to the absolute letter for the climb out, so we're just going to enjoy the view of San Francisco as we come out. So there's the Golden Gate Bridge in the distance. If we look over this side, we've got Oakland. There's Oakland International over there. There's Twin Peaks, it's Golden Gate Park, the Marin Headlands, and it's Lagunitas, isn't it, down in the bay down there. Got Point Reyes further up the coast. On our way. So let's go and have a look inside, see what's going on. So just coming up through 7,500 feet, we're going to set the vertical climb rate to 2,000 feet a minute, which will ease up on the throttles. I'm just going to gently make our way up to our cruise altitude. Now can we... yeah, it's already removed the leading edge slats for us, which is good. Okay, I have time now to go and look at the chat. Altitude isn't armed. That's a good point, yeah, but we're nowhere near it. So it is now. The altitude not being armed, all it would have affected would have been the top of climb. It wouldn't have affected anything on the runway. The really strange thing here was I had the nose come up, which disagreed with the calculator, which was quite interesting. So, I mean, we were operating almost at maximum on the fuel. So, yeah, that was an interesting one. I had to counter the nose quite strongly on the runway. Normally, you use this mechanical calculator and it makes sure that you are in equilibrium on the runway, and that didn't happen. So with the requested amount of flaps, it wanted to raise the nose quite strongly. Anyway, we're not going to worry too much about that. So if it's up through 10,000 feet, the lights can come off now. Let's go and spin the heading round to the actual direction we're going so it looks neat and tidy. We can increase the range on this display now. So we're off to the races basically. We could let's see what this does if we put it on VNav and see if it just follows. I think it's going to complain because it didn't want to go to this altitude in the first place, so we may just have to use vertical speed to get there, to be honest, today, which is fine. So it's wanting to do it at 1500. So we can also increase speed now, actually. Obviously it's done that when we tried VNav out, so it would be interesting actually to see what it would do if we leave VNav on, to see if it will get to our cruise altitude. Let's let it have a chance at it. I mean, we can always take over and run the show ourselves if it becomes an issue. So just coming up to 16,000 feet. So Jacob Whitty is asking, how hard is the MD-82 to learn? It's not difficult, it's just there's a lot to it. None of it's complicated. It's very mechanical, so things kind of make sense. Like you saw on this time, we pre-armed the vertical speed on the autopilot, which meant when we engaged it, because we were already near that vertical speed, there wasn't much of a reaction in terms of the attitude of the aircraft. The autopilot just took up from where we were. If you switch the autopilot on and you haven't pre-selected a way to climb out, then it's a shock to the aeroplane and the autopilot thinks it should be flying straight and level. So if you are climbing out, the nose will suddenly dive for the horizon because the autopilot hasn't been told yet. You know, so if you pre-select the modes it should be operating in and you get it into that ballpark before you engage it, then you're not going to have a big surprise on your hands. So we've just come up through the transition altitude, so we're going to go to 2992 and we're going to do the same over on the backup altimeter over here. So we've now got the standard barometric pressure engaged and we continue the climb out. We can take the seatbelt sign probably to auto now. Okay, so you can see actually with this was still operating on VNav, wasn't it? Yeah, it's on a VNav climb. So it's keeping quite a long way away from the speed limit, which is quite interesting. Quite often you see VNav will push it right up against the line, but not this time. Jacob saying, where do you get your checklist from? I wrote it myself. I studied the book and the checklist that comes with the aircraft, and I chopped out a lot of the tests to shorten the checklist up enormously. So all the kind of superfluous stuff I removed. And then I worked through it a few times and applied some logic to it in terms of safety. Things that are quite common, things like, not starting the engines until pushback, stuff like that. So yeah, it's not rocket science. Once you've seen how a few of the aeroplanes start up, you kind of get a feeling for what you can do, in what order. And I've had a few real pilots look and kind of say, yeah, broadly you're doing the right things in the right order. Obviously they have to do all the safety checks, which I don't do. So they'll be checking that things operate correctly, or that following doing something the right things have happened. And obviously if you do that, you need two of you. So one of you is monitoring the results of a switch being moved, or a knob being moved, while the other is doing it, and they will be confirming that the appropriate response has happened. Or even before that, they'll be confirming that the instrument works, or that the thing the instrument is connected to works. Yeah, just reading the comment there about the nose coming up. It's probably to do with special considerations being made for the weight of the aircraft. This is not a realistic situation. I've filled the airplane up with fuel but no passengers, which is not going to be what it expects in terms of payload. So we can see now we're climbing out. Still going, it's climbing at 1900 feet a minute now, so it's actually increased the climb rate. If we go and have a look at Navigraph, we can see where we are. This is going to take a long time, isn't it? It's going to be going all evening. So I'll put some music on. There's no way I'm talking through the whole thing. We're coming out to the end of the standard instrument departure anyway at Tipra. So in terms of the real map, if we go and have a look, we can see, if we turn off some of the features in Little Nav Map, we can actually see the map underneath the flight plan, which is quite cool. So we're just south of Sacramento at the moment, just north of Stockton and Modesto. So if we go and look outside, we should be able to see them. So there's Modesto, sorry, Sacramento, sorry. That's Sacramento. It's not very big, is it? Or it doesn't look that big from this altitude. That'll be Stockton down there. Heading towards Yosemite is over here somewhere. We might be able to pick out some of the famous rocks as we go past. So Yosemite Valley's over here, look, where Half Dome and everything is. So the chances of being able to see it though from 40 miles away as we pass north of it are pretty slim. It's all nice and quiet inside, isn't it? So coming up through 29,000 feet, I think this is going to climb absolutely fine up to its target altitude, you know. So at the moment we have a headwind, but that's going to change, because if we look, as you can see, there's that headwind, but once we get past Salt Lake City, we get a tailwind all the way across the US. So that situation will change, and our fuel burn obviously will do a lot better based on, than the estimate predicted. So Pilot Boy is saying, hi John, question, if the engine's feathered on the Yeti flight, how can we hear the engine spool down from the inside view clip? The Yeti flight? If the engine's feathered? I don't understand the question. James is saying, thanks for the A310 tutorial videos, inspired me to make the jump from GA to airliner. Did a full short flight today. I even tried to make a little video with clips from the route. Fantastic. Well done. So you can see we're just turning now towards Melts. So we've left the standard instrument departure now, and we're off on our route. So this is following corridors. So if we go and look carefully, you can see we are transitioning across now towards this corridor, J84. Yeah? So J84 starts at Oakland and goes off across the country. Yeah, and we stay on it. So J84 goes all the way out across here. It's still J84. And then it becomes J100 and J84 along this route. If you wanted to see where these places are, we can turn on the VFR map as well, and you can get some idea of the map. It's probably a bit high resolution to show on the stream, but so if we go and look on here, this will give you more idea. So it's going out across the Nebraska and top of Colorado. So Pilot Boy saying, was talking about the ATR-72 that crashed in Nepal. The preliminary is out. Thought you might know. Cali Fragrance says, John, how much fuel are you using for this flight? I tried to make my flight plan in SimBrief. It says I'm out of range. I filled this up almost. I got just within the maximum takeoff weight. See, look, this is coming up. It's dropped to 1,000 feet a minute, so it's lowering the climb rate as we get there, which is interesting. So VNAV has worked, even though the VNAV, the FMC didn't want to go beyond about 32,000, which was a bit odd. The flight plan calculator in Navigraph came up with 37. And yeah, because we're travelling east is odd, so you should be on an odd numbered altitude. If you're not aware of that, it's a general rhyme. East is odd, west is even odder. So what it really means is if you're travelling east, you should be on an odd numbered altitude. If you're travelling west, you should be on an even numbered altitude. And that's just to do with separation for safety. I just need to go and check something. Hang on. Right, I'm going to leave this running with music for a while because I need to go and help with some things at home. I'll be back in a few minutes.
you.
Okay, back in the cockpit. Let's just check the sound levels. It's looking okay. Let's have a check, see how everything is going. Looks like everything is fine. Should we tune the VORs in just to give us some reference along the way and check Navigraph, see where we are in the world. So we're heading towards the Woolback VOR, which would be, if we click on it, it gives us the information on the Woolback VOR 114.80. So we tune that in, 114.80. And I managed to click on the screen again, which I am world famous at the moment. Woolback is directly ahead of us, 32 miles and countdown. Should we tune VOR2 into a different one, just for a laugh? So I wonder if we can pick up Lincoln on it, 116.1. Although it's really a vortex, so but we'll wait and see. What did we say it was? 116.3 would be a better one, Omaha. Yes, it's working. 146 miles out to the Omaha VOR and 145 counting down. 27 miles to go to the Woolback VOR. Can't even speak today. Let's turn the heading around to go the same direction we're going, so we get some reference. Should be nice. So we're just coming up to a wall back and then we'll turn left. Should we increase the range on this a bit so we can see the next few waypoints coming? Let's get this on the progress screen so it shows us some estimated times. So it's estimating 1:22 AM for arrival at JFK. I may accelerate time. We'll wait and see. I didn't keep a really good record of when we took off. So the live stream has been running for, let's have a look, over 2 hours. So if we add 2 hours onto now, no, we're going to get there way earlier than that, but then we've got a massive tailwind now, which is going to help a lot. We've got 100 knot tailwind, which is why we've got such a good speed over the ground at the moment. We might as well turn the tablet off for the moment. We don't need it. Can we hide the tablets? I think we can, can't we? Is there a hidden click spot somewhere to do with that? I thought that was it, but maybe not. Maybe they've changed it so you can't hide the tablets. Anyway. Cruising along, making the turn at Woolback. So we go and have a look. Yeah, we're at Woolback now. We're on our way to Toddo and then Geordie. So if we go and have a look on a sector map of the US, actually we can pull that up, can't we? So if we go to Windows, open window layout, default, get rid of all of the windows we're not interested in. Show that one. This is quite nice that it shows how flat it is for the remainder of the route. What I was really looking for though is we can open up the US IFR high altitude map, which is the same almost as, where's the sectionals? VFR sectionals, because this will have the place names on it. So we're just coming past Columbus. Will it load higher res at this zoom level? I'm not quite sure how these work in terms of zoom levels. Yeah, they're not very good resolution, are they? They are once you get closer to them. But zoomed out, they're quite blurry. I don't know if Navigraph will work better in that regard. So if we switch Navigraph over to show us the VFRs, yeah, it doesn't really do the same as the sectional chart. Having said that, can we open sectionals in Navigraph? So if we leave this on IFR, I'm not sure if Navigraph has the sectional charts or not. Don't think it does. It's a good point actually. If we go and look at SkyVector, if we go and borrow that flight plan, because this does have the sectionals. Yeah. So, do we have to sign in to do a route? I'm not sure if we do or not. Enter your waypoints here. So, if we just put that in as straight as it came out of... Yeah, so it's understood it. So we can compare and contrast. We've just left OBH, which is here. Does it highlight it for us? Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Let's have a look on Little Nav Map and see where we are. We're nowhere near Chicago yet. We've only just come in past the other side of them. Okay. We're just here. So there's the Columbus. So we're somewhere along there. I don't think we can get our position over from Navigraph into SkyVector though. That's a bit too clever. But at least we can see some of the locations. So we're just going past Omaha, which we can see in Little Nav Map actually. So if we go and zoom in. So there's Columbus. Let's go and move this back to be a terrain map. It's much easier to look at. So we're doing 542 knots over the ground. That's pretty quick, isn't it? We are shifting. So I don't think this estimate of arrival time is anything like accurate. I mean, it's coming down. It's 10 past 1 in the morning now, it's estimating. Obviously, the longer we have a tailwind, the more it's going to come down. But I don't think it's going to take anything like that long to get there. So what I'm going to do is put Little Nav Map back up. Go window, open window layout, minimal, and we'll drop that back above. So you can see where we are, and I'll start zooming in on just the part where we are so you can see the place names easily. Can I just check the airspeed? That looks like a ridiculous level of alpha. No, we're doing well. So obviously when we get closer to the destination I will turn the music off, turn the aircraft noises back on, and we'll be in a much better place. So let's leave it like this for the moment. I'm going to go and turn the microphone back off for a bit and I'll be back later. Hello. So we're going to temporarily come back online to come and turn some lights on because it's getting a bit dark, as you can see. Right, I have to try and find the light switches now. That's a bit better. Should we get the EFIS display working properly? Get dark in a hurry. Should we have a look at the charts, see where we are now? So we're coming in on the east side of Lake Erie. Be a little way. It'd be worth having a little look though, doing some pre-work on the flight plan just to see what's involved along the way. So let's have a look at this arrival chart. So we need to be at 23,000 feet for Geno. Wilkes Barre 111.6 marks the entry into the approach. I wonder what range it has. If we pull up the information on Little Nav Map, that will tell us. So Wilkes Barre has a range of 40 miles. That's nothing. But it's only a VORTAC, it's not a VOR. What about the Stillwater VOR? Is only 40 miles. That's crazy. Open window layout, default. Get rid of this. Right. So we'll pull this open. We'll zoom in on the far end of the flight plan now. So we can see the top of the descent marked here is for 120 miles out, which is probably quite a shallow descent, but Little Nav Map only generalises it anyway. So we're just coming past. Which VOR is this one? Jamestown. That's got 130 mile range. 114.7. That's probably worth tuning in then. So you'll see that whiz around there is going to go. We're going to go past it. We're only 10 miles from it. So 111.6 will be the next one. So we'll put that over on nav radio number 2. It won't pick it up yet, but we'll see. It's getting dark. Sun is going down. Plane is doing a right turn for the next leg, so we are making the turn towards Hoxie, DMAC, Stent, Maggio, and then into the standard approach route Lendy 8 into JFK. We're on our way, about 250 miles out. Going to be an interesting one. Okay. So we're now 10 miles beyond the VOR that we flew over the top of, and on our way in. So if we remember from the approach chart, so the first time we really need to be at a height is Geno 230, and then 190 at Lendy. And then expect rate. We're not using ATC, so it's saying expect vectors. We'll be going straight across from LGA to core VT. We're approaching slowly I say slowly, we're doing a hell of a speed. So I'm just looking at this final approach to see what the chart looks like. So it's pretty typical, isn't it, that once you get to the ILS, you're looking at 1900 feet. So I'm just looking at this though. Is it a 3-degree ILS? Does it actually say on it? Usually they're 3 degrees. I'm just looking for any mention of that. Yeah, 3-degree pitch. Right. Let's just go and make sure that that's all still in here. It's a while since I programmed it now. Arrivals. Act. 22 right. That's good. Progress. See, look, we have made an hour and a half on the journey time because of the tailwind. It's predicting an arrival at midnight now. It was looking at like 2 o'clock in the morning when we first took off, but that wasn't factoring with the tailwind that we had. And the sun has gone. There's another aircraft up there in the distance, just crossed paths with us. Bit bright in the cockpit now, isn't it? Should we tone this down a bit? Of course, that doesn't stop the instruments being enormously bright. I wonder if the attitude indicators have a brightness somewhere. Or the EFIS displays, I should say. Not that one, is it? That's just the MCP. Yeah, that's doing the digital screen there, but it's not doing the EFIS. Interesting. It's got me wondering now where the brightness for the EFIS might be. It might not be it may be they don't have a brightness. Everything's going to plan so far. We're down to 511 knots. We have a tailwind of 70 knots now. So it's not as bad as it was. So if we look from overhead, there was another plane. There's a runway down here. See blinking lights all around us probably, or not. If we were to load FSLTL, the whole sky would light up with lights, but we're not going to because it will slow the simulator down. Okay, how are we doing? So we're inside 200 miles now, rapidly charging towards our destination. I didn't mean to do that, I meant to do that. One of the tricks of Navigraph is you can overlay the diagrams onto the flight plan chart. So at Geno we need to be at 230. So as far as little nav map was concerned, it doesn't want us to descend until about 50 miles? No, less than that, 30 miles before. I may start descending a lot earlier than that. So looking at the chart here, we can see Stent and Maggio. There's Stent, distance to go, 2 miles to that, 21 to Stent. If we look on the legs page, we can see Geno, which is 44, so 62, 89 miles to go to Geno. And we need to be at 23,000 at Geno. We're going to see New York by night. We're going to fly, let's have a look at the chart actually. So New York is obviously, or Manhattan I should say, is here. So we'll fly just north of it. We'll go over the end of Central Park and then we'll turn out towards the approach. So LGA, we're going to be at 19,000 feet, so we'll drop. We'll be dropping along this entire leg. So 18,000 feet along there. Pretty good. Wonder if this does holds. We could have a play with doing a hold, couldn't we? Let's have a look. Menu. Yeah, it's got a hold button. So you would pick your fix you're doing the hold from and inject it into your flight plan. So there's one here, for example, at Lendy, where you might stack yourself before you go into JFK. So 135 degrees right turn. What does it say about the legs? 250 knot. It doesn't actually tell you the hold. Is there any specific information there about the hold? There isn't, is there? Max 230 knots in the hold there. 135 and 315. And they want you at 190, so that'd be 19. So that would be 230 slash. And it would be at Lindy. That's interesting though, it won't let us do it. Anyway. Anyway. Bit of a diversion there to see how we might program that. We'll wipe out Lendy from the scratch pad in case we need to type something in a moment. Can I drop the music volume? We could go back to the airplane volume now. We could get rid of the music entirely because we don't actually need it anymore. It's over here. Begone, evil music. And let's pull up the volume of the simulator. Okay, so now you can hear the airplane. Hurrah! How else are we doing with this? Let's make this the right shape so it doesn't make Windows have a fit every time it sees it. So we really should be on our way down to 230 by now. So we've armed the altitude and we can do vertical speed, to be honest. Then we get to see the banana and can judge it on the way in. So we can see Lendy now. That's pretty much perfect. So coming down 1,000 feet a minute until just before Lendy. That gives us time to sort things out along the way. Let's see if there's any VORs we want to use. So 111.6 will transfer over to this one now. So 30 miles to go. We'll put the next one in, 109.6. Onto VOR2, and it hasn't quite got it yet. You can see ahead of us this swathe of industrial area from Scranton down to Kingston, Wilkes-Barre, Pittston. So it's like this stripe of lights. If you look outside, yeah, you can see like this swathe of scenery. So if we scoot forwards in the cockpit, we can see it from the window. So we are on the approach, more or less. We are descending now. So we are going to ask the passengers to get into their seats to start sorting their life out. Descent is underway, so let's go and pull a zoom in on this. Lendy should appear in view very soon. We'll hold to 50 knots on the speed, that's quite fortuitous. Let's have another look at those graphs, or charts I should say. So we're just coming into the beginning of the approach. So 230 at... oh, it's Geno we need to be at 2304. I've misread it. So we need to get a move on. So... yeah, that's fine. I'll just put the spoilers out so we can come in more steeply. Let's see if it can handle it without them. Is it still accelerating? It's pulling the throttles back as we speak. Can it hold 250 knots on this descent rate? No, it can't. So we'll put some spoilers out just to help the aeroplane out a little bit. And the speed is retreating, which is what we needed. Looking good. Foster says not long now. No, it's we're on our way down. So following Geno at flight level 230, we need to be at 190 for Lendi. So it's actually quite a gentle descent once we get past there. But then it's incredibly steep. So if you have a look at this on the map, what they're basically saying is you're at 190, so 19,000 at Lendi, but then you're going to lose, you're going to descend basically like crazy for 25 miles to get to 2,000 feet for the turn in. I guess that's why they have this stack here. You come in at 19,000 and then you descend in the hold. Obviously normally this would be controlled by ATC. Okay, let's see how we go. I mean, if push comes to shove, we fly the hold while we're descending. It would be the nicer way to do it, but we'll see if what the aircraft's capable of with the spoilers out, what sort of rate it can descend. We'll soon know if we can do it or not. So that was just the horn telling us we're within 1,000 feet of our target altitude. So it's coming out of that, so we can come off the spoilers. So we're just coming through Geno. So our next target is flight level 190 at Lendi. So what we'll do, just to illustrate it, is fly the racetrack to descend. It'd be interesting if we could get the hold to work though. I couldn't quite see how that was going to work earlier. So if we go hold, normally you'd choose the fix, so we would put in Lendy as the fix, which is on our flight plan, and it's not letting us do that. Next hold. Ah, here we go. Lendy. Hurrah! Let's put the details in. So we want 250 knots at 190. 250 slash 19,000 feet. Inbound course and direction. (135°). Slash right. That should be enough. Go and look in legs now. It's got the Lendy hold. So let's see what it does when we get there, yeah? Let's see if it obeys it. So we need to come down to 190. So we arm 190. And we'll do it at vertical speed. That's fine. So you can now see the racetrack has been programmed on Lendy. So we should enter it automatically. Goldwinger is asking how the fuel is. Yeah, we're going to have loads left. Absolutely loads. We've got nearly 6 tons left. We've got 5,900 kilograms of fuel left. If you look on the progress screen, we're going to end up with 6. Well, though, that's not quite true, because this doesn't understand the hold. You know, it's not anticipating us doing a couple of loops as we descend. I presume to leave the hold, we will just remove, or, you know, move a waypoint up the legs page to get out. I've not actually explored holds in the in this aircraft before, so this is going to be interesting to see how it behaves. So let's go and change that heading as well to 135 so it can see some meaningful angles. This is going to be fun, because we can just descend at a couple of thousand feet a minute while we're in the hold. We'll do one lap around and come back out again, I guess. We're on speed mode. We're in cruise mode on the managed throttle. I'm just checking around, see what things. So the flaps are up, the slats are in. We're looking good. We could start to get the radios tuned for ILS soon, I guess. Okay, so we're heading towards Lendy at 190. So if we sit up, we can see the New York area stretched out in front of us. So Brooklyn, or sorry, the city of New York is out over there somewhere. I imagine that's it there. Okay, so that's within 1,000 feet of our target. Coming down, look, 19.5. And we can see the hold is coming. Now, we needed to be, was it 230 knots in the hold? Yes, max 230. So we'll take the speed back to 230 before we get there. Speed is just bleeding off now. You can see that happening. Yeah. And let's go and zoom in on this screen a bit further. So there's the racetrack. It'll be programmed in on the hold screen. So it's going to go through Lendy and hold at Lendy. Well, that's the plan at least. If it doesn't, we're in trouble. It'll be interesting to see what it does. I'm just going to change this. Execute. There we go. I just noticed it wasn't tracking the next waypoint where we'd been meddling with programming the holds. And now it is doing it, which is good. So what we should see here, if we get these instruments in view, we're going to fly in and start circling Lendy. Until we basically leapfrog LGA over both, or over the hold at Lendy, to make it the next waypoint, and then the autopilot will immediately track to LGA. So we'll wait until we're on the leg towards LGA. So you should see the flight director zoom off to the right any moment. So watch the magenta line. Now, there it goes. So it's entering the hold. At 230 knots. And what we will do now we are in the hold is start descending. So ideally we want to be about 6,000, I guess. So then we'll start descending. At 2,000 feet a minute. And we'll help the aircraft a little bit, put some spoilers out to help that happen. Notice it hasn't held the racetrack very clearly, it's overshot the turn. We're not going to worry too much about that. What is it doing? Okay, we're taking over. Oh, let's give it the benefit of the doubt. It's probably trying to correct itself. It's not flying the hold very well. We'll see. I'm just watching this like a hawk, where what it's up to. So it should straighten out now to fly the reciprocal. Does it understand, is the question. I don't think it does. Or maybe, give it the benefit of the doubt. It's recovering. We're down to 16,000 feet. So what we're doing here is flying this racetrack to lose height before we come in for the final approach into JFK. Shall we check the weather while we are in the hold? Yeah, it's making a real mess of it, isn't it? If we'd flown it by hand and just done the vectors, it would have been fine probably. It is a very old aeroplane. So let's hover over JFK. Wind is 170 degrees, 18 gusting 25. Yeah, we're still on the correct runway. Still coming down, 2,000 feet per minute. Shouldn't take too long. Let's throw the spoilers out a bit more and let this go a bit steeper. We should be able to exit this time, I would think. I still have time to get out. It's looking good. So if we look at the chart here, we're just coming around the back side of Lendy, and then we'll carry on to LGA. So as soon as we are lined back up, we'll go for LGA, and then we will... Ooh, did I just turn a light off? Have I just hit a button somewhere by accident? I think I may have done. Either that or we've blown a bulb. Not a problem. Right, so we're going to go for LGA now. Okay. Which will make us leave the hold. Yeah. Whoa, it's moved LGA completely out of the plan. Okay. So we're going to go heading mode, if I could see it. To get us back on track for LGA, and then we'll go back to LNAV. So I'm just putting us on an intercept course. We're back to 6,000 feet, which is perfect. We can come off the spoilers now because we've finished ascending. I wish I knew where we just lost lights. If we go overhead, let's see if we can turn the floods on a bit more, if that will help us see things. Not tremendously. See, this should be the backlighting for this panel, and it's not working. How odd. This does simulate failures. Maybe we've lost a light. Who knows? So we will go and start slowing down even further. So 220 knots. Just coast down to 220. We should have had the landing lights on by now. To light us up like a Christmas tree as we cross over the city. We'll go back for nav mode if I can find. It's really dark, difficult to see the buttons in the dark, isn't it? Even with them lit up from behind. Nav mode. Is it taking any notice? Let's come down to 180 knots now. And we're going to put the slats out.
Slats extended.
And nav seems to be picking up. Yep, the nav mode has kicked in. It's acquired or captured the track, which is good. And we now start descending again. So we wanted to be 2,000 feet, didn't we? So we arm that. It's looking good. So let's have a look at Navigraph, let's see where we are. We're about to do the turn. Let's pull up the next chart. So we're about to turn out towards the beginning of the ILS, and then we'll turn back at Corby, which is here. So we need to be at 2,000 feet basically. There's the outer marker. Yeah, Goldwing is saying check fuses. I haven't got time at the moment. I'm just going to have to carry on. A breaker somewhere will probably have popped out, won't it? To have lost that light bulb all of a sudden. That's the great thing about the MD-82 though, it simulates these disasters. So we'll come down to 160 knots. Next level of flaps.
Flaps 15.
We're also going to put the gear out.
Flaps 20.
That means we can also turn the nose light on to light up the road in front of us. So we can now see ourselves shining a light through the sky. So let's go and zoom in on the display here. It's not very good at rendering the curves. Oh, sim has frozen. Let's give it a few seconds. Hopefully it will burst back into life. It's probably loading assets and has got its knickers in a twist about memory management, or usually it's the USB controllers. No, the controllers didn't flick, so that was probably just memory management having a fit. Okay, so we're going to go and double check now. We want 109.5 and 221 on the courses. So course 221. And 109.5 on the nav radios. They're up here, aren't they, on this aeroplane? 109.5. That gives us the ILS on both radios. We should be making a right turn. Come on, computer, sort your life out. And we should swing round the corner and find JFK directly in front of us. We'll be off to the left though, because it's overshot the turn by the look of it. Then we come out of the corner and we can go full flaps, which will lower the nose. There's the runway, and it's the right runway we're looking for.
Flaps
So we are
forward.
on track. So we can switch over now to ILS mode. So VOR lock will get us the localizer, and ILS mode and then we'll switch this over to show us the localizer. And is it an offset localizer? I think it might be. This looks wrong. You may see me taking control in a moment and flying it in myself, because this looks horrendously wrong. We're on exactly on the chart looking right, but the scenery doesn't match.
Traffic, traffic.
Okay, this is really, really odd. I don't trust what I'm seeing here at all. So I am going to turn off the auto throttle and turn off the autopilot and fly it myself now. I mean, we've got good visuals, so let's straighten up the view. How very strange.
Traffic, traffic.
It was almost like it was offset to one side enormously, wasn't it?
Monitor vertical speed. Clear of conflict.
Light slope. Light slope. 500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
2 in reverse. Reverse lights out.
Okay, so the landing lights can go off. The nose light can stay on. The strobe can go back to solid. And we can try and stay on the road. And taxi back in. Yeah, that was bizarre about the location being out. Maybe there's a server issue going on, I don't know. It's very odd. There's a lot of airplanes above us in the sky. So on the way in, we can go and turn the APU to start and then back to run. So then hopefully by the time we get back, it'll be up and running and we can cross feed over to it and shut the engines down. We're going to cross the runway without permission. Try and find our way back without a map. We could obviously pull up the chart to see the runways and the airfield diagrams. Where's he going? So in the end, yeah, we had just under, well, we would probably landed with 6,000 kilograms of fuel left. That tailwind all the way really helped us. Otherwise it would have been quite close. We would have been close to probably 1,000 left. Let's have a look at Navigraph, see what the airfield info looks like. So we're just coming along the Alpha taxiway towards the gates. Should we light our aeroplane up so everybody can see us? So we want the floodlights on and the wing lights on. Pick a terminal, any terminal. Probably need to slow down a little bit, don't we? Okay, parking brakes are on. Just check the pressure. Oh no, we won't have air, will we? But we've got 100% yet on the APU, so we can now cross-feed over to it. And at least get the engines shut down. There goes the crossfeeds. Awesome. Brum. So fuel pumps can come off. We need at least, oh no, the APU has its own fuel pump, doesn't it, on the MD-82. We don't need to worry about the start pumps. We can turn the cabin supply back to off, and we can turn this back to off. We can turn the seat belts to off, and we'll hear absolute bedlam behind us now. We can turn the emergency lights off, and further up above we can go and turn the Just having a check around. Do we need to do anything up here? No, I don't think we do. It's just the light switches really, isn't it? But we could just as easily pull the power, to be honest. So we're still on battery power at the moment. The APU then we could go and turn to off now. So we'll do that. So we're now just operating on batteries. We'll probably get a warning in a moment that we're only on battery power because we're obviously using lots of lights and things. So we will then go and turn off the batteries. And the airplane is cold and dark. So there we go. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that. Thanks for those that flew along. Thanks for those that watched. And hopefully this will get some views. If you like the channel, please click like and subscribe and all the other things. And I'll do some more soon. I'm going to probably think about doing some series of videos about things. So like, you know, multi-part courses then, in fact, focusing on different elements of flight. I might even go all the way back to using a 172 and do some basic stuff, you know, for people that are just getting into it, to just go over basics about, you know, operating an aeroplane, how to take off, how to land safely, how to control it in a sensible manner, all that kind of thing. Anyway, we'll have a think, and I'll see you again soon. Welcome to New York, by the way.